Okay. Let's stream some video. Stream on. You. All right. Sound check. Are you working? I don't know. Are you working? There we go. Okay. So I got a lot of little side things with jobs to get taken care of. We're trying to get all these jobs caught up. I'm going to be working on that for a minute.
We couldn't last time because...
You weren't ready.
Well, I didn't have the...
Are we them normal?
No, it was the other level of equipment. I've got the...
You're ready for it now. Alright, well right now I'm going to get all of my jobs leveled up. That's how I start, because there's usually not anybody here at the beginning. So using my time to get caught up. Okay. Crap, I just clicked through everything. Alas, the popularity proved their downfall. Intoxicated by the attentions of the masses, the bards took to embellishing their songs in a bid to outdo one another. And over time, each song was shorn of verity, till the bard's repertoire contained not one shred of truth. By now you know that such songs have no purchase upon men's hearts. Certainly a bawdy tune may set off fits of laughter in a sailor, and a sorrowful ballad summon tears in the eyes of a soft-hearted maiden, yet these are but pale shadows of what songs can achieve. For a blessing, this decline does not escape the notice of the Mughals. As great patrons of the arts, they feared for the true power of song might be lost to mankind, and so it was they labored to gather and safeguard these crystals known as souls of the bard, that they might be bestowed upon worthy men and women. Now, well as I know you might relish listening to my sermons, I dare say it's past time we moved on to the practical side of the lesson. I know I've mentioned this previously, but tell me, are you perchance familiar with the ballad of the Vainglorious Fool? Nay? Well, that won't do at all. We must remedy this, post-haste. The song recounts the massacre of Griffin Crossing, a battle that took place decades past, when countless Gridanian lives came to a premature end. Ah, but do forgive me. I seem to have mistaken the proper order of things. Before I begin, I must be convinced that the point of the tale will not be lost upon you. Elsewise, I've wasted my breath in the telling of it. Now, heed well these instructions. You must make your way to Welwick Wood, where resides a mated pair of owl goats that have but recently lost a kid. The pair have been driven mad with grief, and the only death will put an end to the uncontrollable rampages. Linger in their territory until you've encountered the beasts, then let fly your arrows of mercy. As you liberate them from their sorrow, so too shall your soul resonate with the echoes of poignant melody. Let's see, can I find what was said? I can! Hooray! Alright, let's start this over. 'Tis good to see your return, Pieter, and more seasoned still for the time in the world. Call me a spoony bard, but as a man of the winter of the years, it gives me great joy to observe an adventure in the spring of his. This is an odd time for recollection, but it was a spring day when a bard first came to my hometown. He played the most sorrowful of chords. Even as his words tantalized the ear with the breath of one's first love, many a maiden's heart was stolen during his visit, and doubtless more besides. Would you believe that common bards, too, were born of archers? This may seem a far-fetched upon first hearing, but it isn't so far-stretch. Ask yourself this: what becomes of soldiers when conflict gives way to peacetime? Some have lives that may return to, aye, but most must needs take up a new trade to make ends meet. Well, it so happened that many who once bent the bow took to strumming the harp. They wandered the realm, singing passionately and earnestly of the war, as seen through their own eyes, of sweet victories and bitter defeats, of sacrifice and cowardice. The song so captured the imagination of the people, nary a day passed that the bard was not called to perform, be it at a humble tavern or some great lord's hall. And there we go. I catches us up. Dang, that was a whole lot. That's a pretty long spiel he gave. And I was distracted at the beginning, so I just went along without doing any of it. Okay. Whoop some wild goats, shall we? I'm going to whoop all the goats. All right. Bless you. I wasn't sure if you were going to do it again.
Yeah, I might. It's still a possibility.
I was going to say, you look ready. And I was like, I want to sneeze 12. No, 13 times. And Buddy's like, best I can do is 1. Mm-hmm. I will say the immunotherapy has me suffering less from allergies already. Like we're just starting.
A significant difference?
Very noticeable difference.
Oh, that's...
And we've only been doing this for a month, so it's awesome. Melody sung by the bards of old resounds within you. Welcome back, Peter. I can almost hear the cries of mourning that have seared themselves into your soul. That you remain unbowed by such anguish is a testimony to your spirit's fortitude. Yet, even as your heart swells to contain these new experiences, you must not neglect your skills with the bow. A resilient heart must needs have a robust body in which to beat. Once you have trained both of equal strength, then I shall perform for you the Ballad of the Vainglorious Fool. Faint voice carried on the winds of time. Song gauge expanded. Army's Paeon is a new skill for me. Alright, so let's go to next job. Which would be a monk. Five easy pieces from Oba. I liked the monk ending. I've unfortunately already seen it with another character, but it's really cool. I like it a lot. My theory was correct. Correct, I tell you. This will be the greatest academic breakthrough in my lifetime, perhaps of all lifetimes. I shall spare the details of the experiment, as you are likely not to comprehend any significance anyway, and proceed directly to the all-important conclusion. The announcement of my theory before a council of my peers was met with thunderous applause, and to think I would alter the vacant-eyed adventurer and a simpleton monk. Both you and the Pugilist Guild that set you are due a debt of gratitude. Speaking of the monk, Where in Eorzea has the semi-literate oaf wandered off to? I took note of his attendance during the spectators of the conference, but he has yet to present himself and offers congratulations. I don't know. Ah! What have I done? Pieter, I fear the words I offered may have driven Hildegard to attempt the insane. I analyzed the ethereal waves of our bodies second by second, and I was able to isolate and identify those of the final ethereal regulation mechanism, the so-called seventh chakra. And from that, I was able to find the land which was most likely to resonate with those waves, Silver Tear Falls. I went to the site myself to investigate, and it was there that I made my greatest discovery, the discovery of the century. It occurs to me that you shall never accomplish such a feat in your mind, Pieter, and I find myself pitying you. But I digress. Do you not see what I've done, Pieter? I told him precisely where he must go to unlock the seventh chakra. He's given his life to the fight to reclaim Alamigo for the Empire. More than anything, he desires the power needed to achieve that end, the power to combat the might of all of Garlemald. Any fool can see that. Almost any fool can see that he imagines the seventh chakra to be that power. Yet battling the Empire in such terms will only result in another tragedy like those that befell Alamigo. I pray you do not mean to follow him. In this fool's crusade. He's gone to Silvertear Falls in Mordona. I'm certain of it. You must go too, Pieter. You must stop him. My words will not sway him, just as they could not sway my son. Perhaps yours will. Let's just go to Mordona. Oh, I need to go to his PlayStation and update the PS Plus. Hey, buddy. What are you doing, buddy? You claim the power of Garlemald? Fools. Power outside your own cannot be trusted. You had no hope of defeating me. The seventh chakra swells within me. Soon it will open, and when it does, the Empire will burn. The power of Magitek, the power of Garlemald. They are nothing. Alamigo fell to these. Brother. But perhaps it is best. I've just attended to our Garlean guests. I wanted us to be alone. Eric was right. This is the place. And you've come. Our chakra beat his drums. Do not feel it, brother. Living in constant fear of death, struggling to stay warm enough to sleep, eating crumbs to fight hunger. Garlemald took everything from Alamigo. They left us nothing, not even our pride. Look to the craven teacher. He's proof of the truth I speak. I will reclaim it, all of it. But I needed great power to do so, and that power lies in the seventh chakra. I made you a promise. I've not forgotten. The fifth and final piece. It is yours to claim, but only if you can defeat me. I told you when we first met, we monks seek sacred ground. There we train. That is how the chakra are opened. The teacher told me himself. This is where the 7th chakra opens. It is my sacred battlefield, the ground of battle between you and me. Your strength has peaked. Through it, mine will grow. Do not despair. Your death will have a purpose. It'll be for Alamigo. Rejoice, brother. You shall die a martyr. Chakra opens within me. Now the 7th chakra, yours, has begun. Within me, come. Let us end this now. Unfortunately, friend, I have much better gear than you. Yeah, let's see what else. Duty complete. Such power. Nothing can stop me, he says as he falls. Why? So close. Why will you not yield your power? It's for the greater good. Yeah, Alamigo already fell, buddy. You need to get with the times. Stay back. This power is mine. The others, the Eorzea, they ignore our suffering. Why should I care for their lives? Why should I care for yours? I must have this power. I must protect my people. Yitter, the power. And I take your power from you, friend. That light, never have I seen anything like it. Is this the opening of the 7th chakra? Oh, that's fascinating, simply fascinating. You have no mind for study, but your gift for fieldwork is extraordinary indeed. Why? Why did you strike me? Silence, you bloody fool, you oaf, you idiot. I would strike you 1,000 times more if it did not pain my hands so. Next time I shall bring a stick. Bugger opening your infernal chakra and open your bloody ears for once. Sid Garland of the Ironworks will bear his name once wrote. Sid Garland of the Ironworks that bear his name once wrote that these silver tear falls lie at the center of our world. Our world is round and we live in its surface. Even you should see, then, that he did not speak of the center in the physical sense. I'm no astrologian, but a biologist. Sorry, I'm no astrologian or a biologist, but I've studied enough of the various sciences to say this. The vital energy of Heidelin, that which you call ether, is one and the same as the life force in which you monks believe. As the center of our world, these silver tear falls are connected with that which you call chakra in an inexplicably profound way. We all share in the same existence. We are neither separate nor distinct from the world. Our energy and its energy are one. At times, that energy may wreak havoc and destruction, but it plays a far grander and more significant role. To bring forth life, part of our world, you must endeavor to do the same. You sought only to gain power by force, and in that, you are no different than the very Garleans you seek to destroy. Is this what you truly wish to be? You speak pretty words, but would you speak them to our people, to every soul who has suffered? To children with empty bellies, to wives made widows? I would. To every last soul amongst them. Even if they failed to grasp the meaning as you do now, I would and will speak those words until they are understood. Long have I studied the history of this realm's wars. There's aught to be learned, is that there is no future for Eorzea should her people struggle and vie for power without considering the consequences of their doing so. With great power comes great responsibility. To seize the former and deny the latter is to beget despair. The duty we owe to one another, and to this world as part of it, is to use what power we possess to deliver a future full of life, not death. Can you truly not see the right of this? You've done the realm, and indeed the world, a great service, Pieter. As a scholar, as a teacher, and as an Alamegan, as a man, I offer you my deepest thanks. Aether imbued with the ancient fighting spirit opens your chakra. Help, my chakra's opening. Not long ago, I spoke with a man, an Alamegan. He, too, was of the resistance. He asked me a simple question. Why do I fight? I do not hesitate. I did not hesitate. I did not think. Word came out of my own will. Revenge. He said revenge is in all of our hearts. That is the most common of reasons, the easiest, and the most dangerous. I did not think on it then. Perhaps now I should. Thought of nothing else. But you thought of me, brother. You and the teacher. And for that I thank you both. I made a promise, and I will keep it. The fifth piece is yours. It was meant for you. For one whose seventh chakra is open. Alamigo fought to protect itself, to protect all of Eorzea from the Empire. And yet we are despised and ignored. Worse, we're forgotten. Even so, the teacher preached peace. For a long time I did not understand, and I hated him for it. Alamegans, we are a proud people. This pride is strong in me, and in the teacher, as it was in his son. He fought in the resistance. It had cost him his life. He, too, cursed his father for being a coward. I wish I could speak to him. I wish I could tell him this is not so. Farewell, my brother. May Ralger watch over you. Oh, see ya. Quest complete. I've opened the chakra within me. Perfectly balanced, as all things should be. Next mission opens from Eric. Melee circlet. Everything else is superior. We've already got. Alright. Oh, the legacy continues. Let's do it. After this, I'm going to look into Scholar, because I think Peter would have found that exchange inspiring, would have wanted to become a Scholar. And the first step to becoming a Scholar is to become an Arcanist. Ah, Peter, your sense of timing is impeccable as ever. I pity your mind was never quite so reliable. But worry not. For the task I would have you perform shan't tax your limited intellect. It pertains to your monk friend, Bildegelt. This scarce comes as a surprise, but my words of wisdom have struck a chord with the oaf. Having been made to realize that there is more to life than vengeance, he now expends his energies on more constructive pursuits, namely, rebuilding his order, the Fist of Relgar. Indeed, he is taking on pupils, and rumor has it he teaches with both charisma and zeal. Plainly, my own brilliance as a teacher has rubbed off on him. And that is the task that I would have you do. Take more readings with my aetherometer, you're doubtless thinking. No, false. You of all people should know I'm finished with that research, and what a triumph it was. To be sure, I may have need of your talent for field work again in the future. For now, however, I simply wish for you to go and see how Vildegard fares. And lest you think that I worry about the fool, perish the thought. As a brother of the path, you will be worried about him, though it may not have occurred to you yet. And so I am taking the liberty of telling you what you must do to alleviate that worry. Vildegard trains his pupils at Revenant's Toll, and with that, you have all the information you need. Off you go, then. So I must go to Revenant's Toll? That's it, the end? On the way to Revenant's Toll, and I know it's not on the way, I want to go to Limsa Lominsa and study up on scholarship, at least the beginning stages. Let's see. Is this where I could begin studying how to become a scholar? Welcome to the Arcanist Guild. It is here that we research and develop the field of Arcanima. Arcanima is the science of employing arcane geometries, intricate patterns that map the unlocked mysteries of existence, to draw forth and manipulate a body's etheric energies. If you prefer an arcane art built on structured thought and precise reasoning, then your discerned intellect may find a home here in our guild. Might you consider enrolling yourself as an initiate? Yeah, let's try it. Just as I predicted. Before we proceed any further, however, let us first feed your appetite for knowledge with a morsel of guild history. The roots of Arcanima can be traced back to the esoteric calculations practiced by the people of the South Sea Isles. It was these island folk that first discovered a method to express natural phenomena in mathematical terms. Building on this process, the existing mathematical formulae were further developed into arcane geometries, precise patterns that allowed a practitioner to weave aether into specific magical effects. The mages who invoked this new form of magic became known as arcanists, and the school of Arcanania was born. Many such mages, wishing to expand their understanding of the world, took to the seas aboard trading vessels. Upon their arrival in Limsa Lominsa, arcanists found themselves welcomed into the academic elite, and soon secured themselves positions in the realms of governance and council. The knowledge of the arcanist, however, is traditionally passed on from master to chosen disciple. As such, Admiral Wardrib, counting several wielders of Academia among her personal staff, became concerned that this exclusionary practice would lead to an eventual extinction of the art. And so, in the Admiral's express orders, an official Arcanist Guild was established, and funding was provided for research and training. The complexity and demanding nature of Arcanimia, however, remains the greatest threat to its own future. If you invite such cerebral challenges, then you have but to reaffirm your commitment to joining our guild. Well, have you decided to enroll in the guild? Or are you now intimidated by the thought of excessive thinking? I'm definitely joining. Your sound judgment is to be commended. Now, standard practice dictates that I introduce you to our guildmaster, that you might convey your intentions in person. Due to extraordinary circumstances, however, he is unreachable at present. Instead, you may speak with Mistress Thurrigan. She has shouldered full responsibility for the guild's leadership in the interim. You'll find her just over there, by the bookshelves. You needn't be shy, though her mind is sharp and critical. Her manner is always most welcome. Yes, I'm Thermagium. Greetings, and welcome to the Arcanist Guild. As Miri has doubtlessly explained, I'm serving as acting guildmaster until our wayward leader deigns to return. I assume our capable receptionist also spoke of our arch origins. Allow me, then, to expound upon its nature. Arcanimia taps into the living energies of aether. The evidence of this is represented most aptly, perhaps, by our ability to manifest the arcane entity Carbuncle, and the manner of magic which this ethereal ally employs at our command. The core of the discipline, however, is found in the pursuit of definitive solutions to any potential quandary. Even on the field of battle, nay, especially on the field of battle, this principle takes precedence. If one wishes to make certain the question of victory, then one must apply the most effective strategy. An arcanist is measured by his ability to calmly analyze a situation from moment to moment and respond with the most appropriate spells at hand. The study of Arcanimia will test your mental faculties to the point of perplexity. Are you prepared to reason your way through predicament after predicament? Of course. An unambiguous response, the kind I most prefer. Now, let us see if your clarity of words is matched with the sharpness of your mind. Here, take this grimoire in hand, and we shall judge your aptitude for the discipline. Arcanist unlocked. I'm about to show people more than I intended, aren't I? Yep. That'll work, actually. Acting Guildmaster Thurrigan wishes to judge your aptitude for Academia. It's a hefty tome, is it not? I promise you, a grimoire's weight becomes a comforting anchor amidst the shifting seas of battle. A fact you will soon discover. That's the right voice. In Lower Lanaska, you'll find among others 3 species of pest: wharf rats, little ladybugs, and arrowlight. Ask you employ your fledgling skill in Arcanimia to eradicate 3 of each type of creature. Leave the city through the Tempest Gate, and you'll soon encounter the potential targets in abundance. As long as you remain focused, and not foresee these opponents causing you or your budding abilities undue difficulty. Once you return from completing this preliminary trial, I'll welcome you as an official member of the Arcanist Guild. May your judgment remain swift and clear. All right, excellent. Thank you. And then now look hit. Hey, Carbuncle, let's go. In fact, let's go ahead and get a companion ready. Right here is fine. Mount up. It's been a while since I wore the clothes of my people. Like aliens and animals for you. I see the creatures beyond the city walls posed a little threat. It is with great pleasure, then, that I formally recognize your initiation into the guild. From this day forth, you may proudly call yourself bear the title of Arcanist. I suggest you continue your forays in the wilderness, and keep the pages of your grimoire turning. There are no finer teachers than the harsh mistresses of experience. And when you feel you can command Carbuncle as easily as you might move your own limbs, return to me for further instruction. I will be waiting. Next is level 5. Which won't be today. Alright, well, that'll be next time. And we're continuing the legend of the monk. Hey there, Reluctant. How you doing? Peter, it's been a while, brother. I mean, we were just talking like 2 minutes ago. What brings you here? Well, I'm interested in learning about how to be a better monk, trying to punch people better, that kind of thing. So the professor sent you. But it matters not why you came. I'm glad for your visit. Indeed, I have begun teaching. I desire to preserve our way, to impart our art to a new generation, though I myself still have much to learn. I have a few pupils now, but slowly their numbers grow. I will introduce some to you. 2 girls who show great promise. Perhaps you can assist in their training. Zetsa, Oshatsuka. What is it, Master Weldergeld? Has someone new joined? No, not a new pupil. An old one. My first and foremost. He's long surpassed me. Hello. Pieter is his name. Today, you will train under his supervision. An excellent opportunity. Go to the usual place and make ready. Oh, I've always wanted to have a senior. I'll see you in a bit, Pieter. Zensia, wait. Oh, please excuse Zensia. She forgets herself sometime, but she has a good heart. We will be honored for your watchful gaze, Pieter. These 2 were abandoned by their parents. One day they came and begged me to teach them. They are very dedicated. Very quickly do they learn. Every day is fulfilling. But come, let us go to the training ground. Meet me southeast of Remnant's Toll. We're opening 7th chakra already? Oh my goodness. You don't start small, do you? We have no dedicated place for training, no halls of our own. My pupils train wherever they can. First, I would have you demonstrate your abilities to Zetsa. She awaits you in the northeast. I've been waiting for you. Master thinks so highly of you, so you'd better not disappoint me. Oh, you really are strong. And here I was feeling good about myself. Well, it was a really big old place, isn't it? Oh, so you're going to demonstrate for Sheka next? She's going to be very impressed. We've been together all of our lives, in case you're wondering. We can read each other's thoughts as though they were our own. Come, I'll take you to her. She should be to the south. You're impressed? I'll give you impressed. I've eagerly awaited your coming, Master Pieter. Zensa tells me that I'm in for a treat. Oh, I mustn't so much as bat an eyelid. My heart races in anticipation of your demonstration. Please, begin whenever you're ready. The end. I apparently tried to get too fancy. Alright, they need better gear. Fort is ready, sir. Thank you. That will be done. This will be all you get from me. I hope it satisfies you. Yes, what you ask for, yes? Take it. Next time I have a more meaningful task for me, I hope. Alright. Well, since I don't really have the tomes I need to be able to buy anything better, I may have to run a town. Foundation. Got anything good in Foundation? Striking is not what any of these things are saying. We'll say slaying. All right, let's see if that does any better. I want more, don't I? Want more, don't I? Want more, don't I? And let's see if we do any better this time. And if not, we'll see if we can get a better set of tests. It's closer though. Okay, so next thing is weapon. Almost got him before I upgraded the weapon, but I'll definitely be able to get him now. heavens. You're every bit as amazing as Zensa claimed you would be. Even though Master said so himself, I didn't believe anyone could be stronger than him. See, you impressed the britches off of him, just like I said you would. Oh, Zensetsu, I've never been so excited. I wish I'd learned everything Master Pieter knows. Everything. Me too, Tashaka. With his help, we're bound to become stronger than we'd ever dared hope. Growing up on our own, Zetsu and I suffered so much because we were weak and couldn't protect ourselves, and we swore to one another that we would become strong. If we could be as strong as you, then there would be naught we need fear. So I've been wondering about the applications of Full Point Fury. Who are you? What do you want? Well, that was Master Hildegard. You've not come to harm? We're fine, Master. It's you we're worried about. What happened? Strangers came. They attacked without warning. The techniques they used were the same as ours. Same as ours? You mean to say they're monks? But I thought there were no others besides ourselves. I alone survived the massacre at the temple. There should be no... Oh, the sensation. A new power swells within me, as though a new chakra has opened, and it's unlike any I've felt before. The chakra, this area is the site of some famous battle, wasn't it? Yes, it was, the Battle of Silver Tear Skies, which means this one's chakra could be opened here. Judging by Master's condition, however, I'm inclined to think that something else was the cause. Let us return to Revenant's Toll. I must rest. I am feeling better. The pain has subsided. They came shortly after you left. Masked men who fight as we do. They were monks. Of this I'm certain. They outnumbered me and I held them off, but a sudden pain racked my body as though I was pierced through. I fell to my knees. When next I was aware, my assailants were gone. It was like they fled when they heard your coming. The sensation I felt was not unlike a chakra opening. But neither is it the seventh chakra. If it isn't the seventh chakra, what could it possibly be? I know not. I must ask someone who's more learned than me. Professor Eric. He is versed in the history of our order. Perhaps he can find more information. Zetsa, Ochaka, return to your trading. Pieter, this must be a new source of power, and if so, I must learn its secrets and share it with you. If I learn something, I'll let you know. Okay. Next, I believe, is Botched. The White Death. Tried to fly, and when that didn't work, I'm just like, oh, I guess I'll just climb this ladder I happen to be on. Ah, Pieter. I forgot. Who's this person? Alright, there we go. I would imagine you were expecting good news, considering my involvement, but I've once again managed to make a mess of everything. While the first generation of crossbred potato plants successfully sprouted, every single one of them withered frightfully fast. And I've just into some kind of disease, but an amateur such as myself could never hope to identify such a thing. Fafusha has once again summoned us to the guild to discuss the latest development. I shall see you there. Alright. Not too close there. Time for the Botanical Guild.
Welcome back from your journey to the Far East, Peter. I assume Edgith has already informed you of our worrying predicament. I hypothesize our first generation of crossbred papados have inherited the walker's unfortunate vulnerability to both diseases and pests. However, we are yet to pinpoint the exact cause as to why they wilted so quickly. But how could that be? Was no one at the guild able to determine the cause of our plight? Much as it vexes me, the conundrum is best with all of us. We at the guild are fundamentally nothing more than observers of nature. It is a force all of its own, one which we try our best to understand, but cannot hope to harness, nor should we. However, that is not to say that all is lost. I fully intend to devote all of the resources available to me in order to ascertain exactly what it was that hinders our progress, so... I was hoping I could count on your help, Peter. A fresh pair of eyes may be exactly what is needed to get to the bottom of this mystery.
Of course. That is a good idea. Peter, let's head back to the mud plots, and I shall do my best not to get in your way. Back to Edelshire. Alright, checking this mud plots field. It's by a giant white glint within the soil. Upon closer inspection, you find a chalky stone.
What's the matter? Is there something in the soil?
Is something the matter, Peter? Don't tell me. You've discovered the problem? This chalky stone seems to be the problem. Is this some kind of stone? No, that's not right. But surely Fafusha would have noticed this if it were so simple. Yes, I must be mistaken. There's no way an amateur such as myself could solve something that stumped the guild. Even Fafusha doesn't know everything. Now that I think about it, she said exactly the same thing herself, didn't she? Perhaps, by the grace of Namiya, the fates have aligned to enable me to do something to be of use, for once in my life. Ascertaining the identity of these chalky stones may well be the key to uncovering what's causing our papados to wither so quickly. However, we must first require reagent. I know we've already had you do enough work for a lifetime. But would you be able to visit Stickquick's bang pots for me? Hand this over to an alchemist there named Goldwax, and she should be able to give you what we need. Of course. In the meantime, I'll head to the guild and ask Fusha for her expert opinion regarding these stones. Right, alchemists, can you help us out?
Welcome to Stickquick's Bang Pots. What brings up Lander here?
I have an order for you.
Uplander would have Goldwax Crafty make reagent. First, Goldwax needs Uplander to bring seaweed known as Narasol. Gabi need this for reagent. Bring Goldwax 20 clumps of Narinoso, and Gabi will crafty make the reagent. Uplander needs to visit the Near East, and Nunso can only be found at the bottom of Ruby Sea.
research assistant, huh? Identified flying object. Slips maybe had been buried in a book. It's clear that matter of dire need of a research assistant.
Slipslicks has ear-catched most of Uplander's adventures. Yes, Sky Stealers are always trading tongue drops with Bot Uplander when it comes to busy deals with Slipslicks. Slipslicks is also ear-catched that Uplander has been to Floaty Rock, done Skaith. This is Slipslicks' lucky day. Sky Stealers trade tongue flops about giant miscreant. Seen near Dunsafe. Give Gabi the silvery shakes. Flighty Beast, ancient giant of whirly cogs. Addo brain guessing spill from Uplander's brain cases, but Slipslicks would seek true knowledge. True knowings. Go to Dunsafe and take a part of monster. Will not be easy goings, but Uplander can bring back part to Slipslicks, yes?
Item Slipper could be obtained by completing the raid done safe. Okay. Well. Raisin Kaiko. I need the Nano Rizo. Okay, I think this is something special. I think this is not anything I'm gonna find on my log. Raising Kaikyo by the Ruby Sea. Okay, Raisin Kaikyo is near Tamamizu. Okay. What the crap is Nanarizo? It says, harvest the Nanarizo by the Raisin Kyoko. Okay, here I am at the Raisin Kyoko. But whenever I click on something, there's no Nanarizo available. This is something I'm gonna have to search up because there's like no indicators of what the heck they're even talking about. I'm supposed to get 20 of them, and there is none. Did they like forget to translate it or something? Nanarizo. Okay.
Oh, it was underneath.
Mm-hmm. Now we're having some XCOM moments here. There it is. Seriously? Our harvesting is going very XCOM-y right now, but it's okay. We found the Nanarizo. That's what's important. Okay, I think it's ruby-tide kelp. I think that it, they forgot to translate it. I think it's ruby-tide kelp is what it is. Check next time I find a place, I'm going to check and see if ruby-tide kelp is even an option. Because that's supposed to be here also. It is. Okay, well, whatever. Seriously? It's a 72% chance of harvesting, and I'm batting about 30%. 40%. That's half what I should be getting. You're gonna make me do this on land, aren't you? Alright. Beetleshire. Alright. There, Goldilocks.
Bring Goldilocks 20 clumps of Monorizo and Gabi will crafty make the reagent.
Here's your Nanorizo.
Find a Monorizo Goldilocks has never seen. Gabi will start craft baking of reagent right away. Goldilocks shall use techniques of both Uplanders and Gabis to make reagent with fastness. Reagent is ready for in-game.
Alright, glad that worked out. Every time we wear the white leather, I think Elvis, just every single time. Hello again, Peter. Did everything go smoothly with the bank pots? There's your reagent for you. Fantastic. Now we can finally see if my silly little hypothesis holds true. I can't believe it. Did I do something wrong? How could something that came from my mind ever turn out to be correct?
I see you've already begun your tests. Have you discovered anything new?
Did Edgar's guess end up being correct? The way it responded to the reagent doesn't leave much room for doubt. It's an eelworm, a pest that's not going to do us any favor. The chalky stone-like object that Peter found was one of its eggs.
So things are just as you assumed they were, Edgar. There is, however, one issue I still struggle to comprehend. As parasites, eelworms require a host plant to feed on. The mudplots were only created recently. Just why were the eggs of such vermin lurking in the area?
According to the Charlene records Sonny looked at, eelworm eggs enter a state of dormancy within their mother's corpse, allowing them to survive for over a decade. They're more than capable of waiting for as long as is necessary for a new grub to show up. Blasted records also claim that they all been exterminated. Either the Charlanes have a funny definition of the word, or we were unlucky enough to pick an area that was home to an eelworm corpse or two, the eggs inside, which hatched and infested the mudplots.
Most unfortunate indeed. I must say, though, I've been remarkably impressed by the tremendous growth you've shown, Edgar. You have come a long way, both as a person and as a botanist.
Oh, I have no idea what you're talking about. After all, it was Peter that found the eelworm eggs in the first place. I still haven't come up with a solution to this pest problem. The records weren't of much use regarding that either. Although you'd think they must have had some way of ridding themselves of the vermin if they were happily considering them exterminated.
Well then, I suppose it's time to pull my weight as well. I'll look into the past cases of eelworm infestation and try to formulate a suitable plan of action.
I'll keep looking through the Charlene records to see if I can't find a solution as well. Suppose I'll give you a hand with that. I may not know much about plants, but my eyes work well enough.
My apologies, Peter, but you'll need to be patient for a while we search for a permanent solution to this conundrum. Edgith will let you know once we are ready to put an end to these pests once and for all.
Of course. We'll get some perception going. I haven't done perception in a while. Blazing new trails of the botanist, you've earned bountiful harvest too. Yay. And for some extra perception. Alright. So next, Astrologian. Feather in the cap. All right. Astrologicum. I'm happy to report that XIV is fine and well, and hasn't been attacked by bandits, dastards, curs, Charlene spies, or disgruntled knights once since our last encounter with the Convictory. As for restoring health to all the convictors so that they might return to getting wounded again, she journeyed northwest into the Dravanian forelands. If that journey was without incident, she should be in Telfeather now, tending to chocobo hunters there. Might I suggest that we go and join her, Piers? Sure thing, let's go. Telfeather. What's up, little baby? Peter, it's good to see you again. I pray you've not been neglecting your training. Now, you may be wondering why I chose Telfeather of all places to visit next. Well, the truth of the matter is I did not choose it at all. It chose me. The hunters here somehow heard what we'd done to the Convictory and placed a formal request to have me come and tend to the hamlet's wounded. I would like to believe this proof that word of the benefits of Charlene astrology is slowly but surely spreading throughout the realm. But enough talk. There's still many ailing souls that require succor. Would you and Jenna Quard mind assisting me again, as you did in the Western Highlands? Honest healer, here in Telfeather. Now, I've seen everything. Praise the 12, I'm healed. didn't know who you are, but you're good in my book. Really? You don't know who I am? Frickin' killed Nidhogg. These men and women have chosen a horrendously dangerous profession. The chocobo's talons can rip open flesh to the bone, and a single kick can knock an otherwise hale hunter out for a sen night. Maybe even survives it. Many of them seem surprised, grateful of course, but surprised that we were here helping them. Does this hamlet not have its own healers? Do the Temple Knights not dispatch their hospitalers this far from Ishgard? The Holy See only cares for the war with the dragons. It cannot be bothered with a handful of hunters, despite the fact these hunters are its citizens. I was told upon my arrival that they managed to make makeshift poultices created using herbs gathered from around the hamlet. When the wounds were more severe, they turned to their sole barber, who, well, is also a local butcher. I'm sorry. My frustration with the situation coupled with the day's efforts have me slightly drained. Might I be allowed a few moments of respite? Whimpering, Peter, would you be so kind as to accompany the lady on her stroll? It's been far too long since the Charlene assassin showed her face, and a reading I conducted earlier this morning showed a day rife with conflict and confusion. Why are they going so far away from town? Whatever. Let's go. I'm glad you came, Pieter. There's something important I must tell you. Since Jean Acquard gave me my father's journal, I've spent my nights poring over his writings, trying to piece together what I could about his life. It appears he was hard-working and just, and he trusted all and truly wanted to help people in need. He believed that knowledge should not be hoarded like food, but shared amongst the intellectually starved. He also knew that there were those who would see him stopped. Persons who used their influence to trick and frighten the Forum into believing that knowledge should be kept at one's breast. Persons who saw my father as a threat. His final few entries all speak of how he feared for his life. I found one man in particular was working to see him dead. That man's name. It's not important, for in the end, it turned out your father was killed by the very people who were foolish enough to trust. People who, in their slaying of a good man, proved that they were unworthy of the knowledge he was so freely offering them. And now here you are, making the same mistake as he. Continue with his foolishness, and you too will suffer his fate. Do not dare talk of my father as if you knew him. You know nothing. Your mind is as closed as the minds of those back in the old world who believe that hiding in their books will shield them from the pain and suffering of the real world. Such passion. It is a pity that it remains misdirected. My employer only wishes to see you back, safe in Charlene. The Forum recognizes his talent, and yours. You are an asset to our nation and its people. We would have you live a long and prosperous life so that you may rise even higher than your father ever had the opportunity to. But, as we both know, you're far too stubborn to take this gift so graciously offered. You would rather fight. And you know, so would I. No more games, Leveva. Let us end this, right here, right now, with your precious stars as our witness. Spare no one, not even the girl. Not thinking of destiny in the past, you can do so here. I am prepared. No end. blade. Die like my father did. Keep turning yourself off. Oh, the irony. Guilty complete. Under the stars. Are you all right? I had the commotion and came as quickly as I could. Not as quickly as these four. You remember the hunters, so gravely wounded not less than a bell ago. If memory serves me, they could barely lift a finger, yet alone rush headlong into a heated battle to help turn the tide. Oh, don't be so hard on the silk shirt. Turns out we didn't need his help any road. Who'd have thought it, eh? Real life fighting astrologians. I truly have seen everything. I dare say these men would not have risked their lives had they little respect for our craft. You're right. Our actions have done more to promote Charlene astrology than any long-winded discourse. Why, I expect this very night the tale of our daring deeds should be told 100 times over in mead halls across the forelands. Which means I will not be long before the form is heard as well. We Charleans may have officially abandoned this realm, but our ears remain. If the one who hired Sealy is who I think it is, then I expect not less than a formal edict of extradition to be issued. Edict of extradition? But Charlene has no power to force Ishgard to deliver you back into their hands. I mean, they almost did anyway. Furthermore, what exactly is it you have done wrong, but allowed others to partake in the great nation's bottomless well of knowledge? And as I did more than 15 summers ago when I studied in their halls. Things changed after you left, John Quard. Many even believe it was my father's death that tipped the scales in favor of choosing Charlene doors and locking away all of our knowledge. If the Forum deems it so, I could be arrested and imprisoned for the theft of natural resources, and I see no reason why your Holy See has already shown its disdain for our efforts would stand in its way. So what do we do? Your grandfather, your father, they've given so much to see you here. We cannot just concede defeat, now that we have finally begun to make headway. I never said we should, Jimmy. I also have no intention of giving up or giving in. Doing so would be to deny the sacrifices made by my father and grandfather. The stars have shown me the path I must take. There is no other. And it brings me back to Telfeather, healing those who aided us. I will see the two of you in Ishgard, once I have settled matters here. Corpatain will see I arrive unharmed. Back to Ishgard we go. kitty. Yes, I love you too, bud.
He wants attention.
He does. He's not getting enough love.
Sorry.
I don't think it's you, honey. I think it's bent to the point where it doesn't want to stay put
For
anymore.
that, and I just kicked it.
You kicked it because it's been sliding out. Like I said, I think it's not really your fault. Lady Beba still has not returned from Tailfeather. Oh, but do not worry. I will have word that she simply intends to stay a few turns of the sun longer. What we should be worrying about, however, is the Forum and that pending decision of our company's extradition. If an official edict is drafted, I fear we may find ourselves at the mercy of the Vault. And if that were to happen, there would be little we could do to keep Liveva here, short of starting a war. If only we had more time. When I was studying in Charlayan, I heard whispers of an ancient astromantic spell which could stop time and the very movement of the heavens. All my professors denied its existence, of course. And to live and let dine. It's in here, huh? Ah, Peter, a letter from Semi has just arrived for you. Oh, yeah? Dear Peter, I'm writing to tell you that I've arrived at the tiny village of Yangsha, known as Nemai. It's such a delightful place. Every day I stumble across something new, whether it be unusual materials they employ in the construction of their unfamiliar but delicious foods. Oh yes, the food here is quite exquisite, and their desserts are even better. In fact, the sugar-coated dumplings they have simply to die for. I'll be sure to treat you to some when you come. I'll see you soon. Yours truly, Semi. All right, time to Namai. Live and let dine. Peter, how wonderful it is to see you. It's been far too long. Have you tried any of the local cuisine yet? If you haven't, I know the perfect place for us to start. No, not really. I was planning to take you there, purely to discuss business, I swear. After all, what better to look better to do that than over food. All right. Your disapproval's been duly noted. Instead of going for food, let us search out the people who might be in need of our assistance then. We're closing in on sunrise. Help? Well, yes, I could use some of that. You see, in the days before the Empire held dominion over our lands, I was a chef. Well, our freedom from them is fleeting now. I'd nevertheless like to take this opportunity to once again pursue my passion for cooking. As such, I've been thinking to open up my own restaurant. To do so, I'd need to procure basic furnishing for my furniture shop. It's not a simple task. Most of what I come across is either far too expensive or poor quality. Then you may be pleased to hear, sir, that before you send two highly skilled members of the Carpenters Guild in Gridania, you will see that you'll receive the furniture you require. You do this for me? Most certainly. What kind of furnishings do you need? Apart from tables and chairs, I need some that would allow my guests to feel at ease. Those from the Enclave have different dining habits than those from us here in the mine. I like to create an environment where both would feel equally welcome. Well, please leave this to us, sir. Now, Peter, What do you say about making things a tad more interesting? Let's turn this into a competition. All right. We'll each make something from our client and present the finished product for him. He'll then judge them and decide on a winner. Oh, pretty, please, won't you do this for me? Oh, this is the only way I can show Timber Master Beaton that I'm just as skilled as all the other carpenters in the guild. All right, sure. It's settled then. Go on making the furniture however you like, but I recommend you speak with the people here before you get started. Well, some have lived here their entire lives, while others have lived in the Enclave. With their help, you better understand the subtle differences in our ways. Sure. Thank you, sir. We'll be sure to do just that. Peter, once you've decided what you'll be making, come and find me. I'll furnish you with the materials you may need. So work materials? That's kind of sketchy. I'd say the people from the Enclave are more elegant than us. Never seen one of the hair out of place or clothes have never been neatly pressed. They place great importance on rules, manners, and fashion over there. The only difference is that temple manners are practically non-existent out here. The people have good hearts, but they have no sense of etiquette. Well, they'll eat their food on the streets and sip their tea right in front of you. One would take their meals behind closed doors with family and friends. It'd be nice if they could at least eat behind a partition of some sort or spare the rest of us the sight. Yeah, I suppose you could say I'm from the Enclave, though I lived here most of my life. When I was young, my family and I fled to this village. We might escape Imperial troops. Yeah, can you tell me about what I should build? What? You'd like me to demonstrate the difference in dining habits? Sure. I'm afraid that's not something I can help you with. Oh, Peter, you finally decided what you'll be making. Yeah, what's in the area? I'll build the entire restaurant from the ground up. Ornate partitions to be hung between each of the tables. Partitions? That seems so dull. It's not what you're really thinking to make, is it? Wait, you're not trying to lose on purpose, are you? Well, I know you're not as good as you, but never did I think you saw me as so far beneath you. You need to do this. Listen, I think they actually need this. Oh, my apologies. Seems I jumped to conclusions again. I know you're not the type of person to do something like that. It's no excuse, but lately I've been on edge. I can't shake the feeling this is my last chance to convince Timbermaker Beaton that I'm a capable carpenter, worthy of being called such. If I don't, he might stop assigning me work, and I may as well leave the guild. I shall not let it come to that, no matter what it takes. I must find a way to prove myself. Oh, I completely forgot. I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blabber on about my worries. After all, you're here for materials, aren't you? Here you are. Feel free to come back if that's not enough. Alright. So... class quests. Ornate partitions. Right, I made an ornate partition.
High quality.
You finished already? Well, what are you waiting for? Take it to Raisin. I'll join the two of you shortly.
Hey, you wouldn't know anyone from California, would you? I once knew some California raisins. Opening up a restaurant's always been a dream of mine. To think it might soon be within my grasp fills me with joy beyond belief. Made a really pretty partition for you. Separate the upper class from the lowers. What have we here? Ahem. May I? Timber Master Beaton.
Timber Master Beaton.
Well, the table is exquisite. It's extremely sturdy. It manages to maintain a sleek elegance, and these Doman-style engravings that run up and down the sides of the legs. If I did not know better, I'd guess they were the work of a more practiced pair of hands than your own, Semi. Now, Pieter, let's see yours. Simple, but all the more stunning for it. The lacquer finish is a nice touch. A light gloss that is just enough to enhance the natural blush of the wood, but not to overpower it. Both of these masterpieces in their own right. I shall say this. The detailed engravings on the table are something even a highly skilled artisan would struggle to recreate. What do you think, sir? From the moment I saw it, I knew which one of these I wanted, desperately needed even. I choose this one.
Oh,
Aw.
that Pieter's an even better carpenter than me, I won't deny it. He has skills I could even dream of attaining, I'll also admit, but I poured my heart and soul into that table.
Sir, why is it you chose Pieter's partition over Semi's table? Simple, really. Doman folk are a very private sort. They would appreciate the way these wooden barriers would hide them from sight as they eat. This young lady's table is magnificent, a work of art even. However, it does not fulfill the needs of my customers, like these partitions do. It seems the time it took to carve the intricate detailing of this table would have been better spent interviewing the local citizens. Semi, do you understand now why it is you lost? You're so focused on demonstrating your own skill, you disregarded the needs of the client.
Oh.
Does she even get it yet?
Pieter, on the other hand, spoke with the residents of this village, which inspired him to create these partitions, a product that places the values of the customer's needs above all else. In that sense, the difference between your table and his partitions is the difference between a decent carpenter and a master of the craft. Thank you, sir. That said, this is where your journey ends. I expect to see both of you back in Gridania shortly after I return.
No. No, it can't be. Please tell Timber Master Beaton hasn't given up on me. Oh, what am I to do?
Is your friend all right? Well, I cannot claim to understand what any of this is about. I would like to thank you for your wonderful contributions. Oh, this is sure to suit my restaurants perfectly. You're very welcome, sir.
Can't help but be fascinated by it.
It's a pretty interesting story. Fine. I'll run in my dress. I mean robe.
Your dress.
It's a very dressy robe.
It is. Quite formal.
Mm-hmm. Timber Master Beaton, thank the matron you've arrived. The drawers in this desk you made for me are broken. Is there any chance they could be fixed? I see what can be done. After all, I can hardly say no to someone so cherished as one of my creations as you have. Timbermaster Beaton, my son, he's just been accepted the Order of the Twin Adder. To celebrate, I'd like you to craft him a fine spear. Order of the Twin Adder. That's quite an accomplishment. Very well. I shall make him one that'll make him... I'll see him through all of his battles. Wait, sir. Come back. Oh, I had a request for him, but I simply have to wait. I should have known getting the first carpenter in all of Gridania to make something for you was not going to be an easy task.
Excuse me, if you don't mind my asking, why is it that all of you like Timbermaster Beaton so much?
When I ask him to make something, he creates the item for you and you alone.
To make something for that person, and that person alone. But thinking back, that is how I first got into carpentry. I was born into a family poorer than dirt, one we couldn't afford to purchase even the most basic of furniture. My mother raised us, all by herself, working from dawn until dusk until my sisters and I wouldn't go to bed hungry every night. As a result, she pushed herself too hard. And then one day, pain in her back became too much to bear. Seeing her suffering drove me to make her an armchair in which she could rest from time to time. It was all the young me could think to do. While the finished product creaked and buckled under its own weight, not for a single moment, as I did it, did I lose sight of the fact I was doing it all for her. I've been so preoccupied with myself, trying to prove my skills, that somewhere along the way I forgot the most important thing.
It's never too late to remember and begin anew. Semi, the key to harnessing your own potential is to recognize that which is holding you back. From here, you can only grow.
Yes, sir, you're absolutely right. There is still hope for me. Peter, thank you for supporting me until now. It is only because of you that I've come this far.
Of course.
In fact, I'd go so far as to say our grand adventures together have made me feel as though I've been born again. I'm looking forward to exploring the world of carpentry once more.
Nice to you. She's not the only one who owes you a debt of gratitude. While I am skilled at working with wood, I'm not nearly so adept at dealing with people and their problems. You've helped Semi in ways I could not. You're part of the reason I have such high hopes for the girl. With a mentor like you she could look up to, she will no doubt flourish. That is why I ask that you speak with her one last time before you leave. Yeah, well, what do you want?
Yeah.
He's an elf. They all have that voice.
Yes.
Peter, you'll be happy to hear that Timbermaster Beaton is finally deemed my work good enough to begin taking on some of my own clients. Oh, isn't that exciting? That's not to say I'll forget about my studies and our guild's troubles, however. In between commissions, I'll be spending my time practicing how to make oriental furniture. That way, I can retain all that I learned from our trips to Kugane and Numai. Oh, that's not all. I'll be keeping the people that we met here in mind. They'll help me remember that I'm making this furniture not for myself, but for those around me.
Of course.
You'll see, Peter, I'm going to work so hard that one day I'll be as good as you.
Well, good luck with that. All right. So from here on to leatherworkers. First, let's move this up. Trouble with taxidermy. Notice the all too familiar glimmer in the back of Antoine's eyes today. Ah, number 72. Come to bask in the splendor of our Damo Mount, I say. Well, no time for gulping. Rather, it's time to resume our work. A pity we could not add a bear to our collection, but even alone, the Damo has garnered no small amount of attention. On more than one occasion, I've even seen people stopping to read the signboard I posted.
I can't believe so many people are coming to see something that I helped create. The next round will be even better.
Outrageous. How dare this happen without my consent? So this is why everyone has been crowding about the Leatherworkers Guild of late. What sort of sick, twisted joke is this?
This is one of the hearers. What does he want with us?
I assure you, sir, it's no joke. This mount was fashioned in an attempt to preserve. The elementals weep for this poor creature. How could they not cry out in anger? An affront to the 12th Wood, if ever there was one. To ignore it is to invite the green wrath upon us all. You three, are you responsible for this? By order of the Conjurers Guild, I demand you take down this grotesque scene at once.
Take it down? But I love our hard work.
Oh, the nerve of that man. It took every ounce of my being to hold my tongue. That close-minded fool. How can he not see the benefits of our work? The opportunity we offer the Galileans to learn about animals that live beyond the borders of the 12th Wood, and he dares call himself a hero. How he abuses his position, that he might do as he pleases. The sight of him is enough to make my skin crawl. Now, calm down. Excuse me, I got a little carried away there. It pains me to concede to such swine. We cannot deny the will of the elementals. I have no doubt one of your talents could quickly resolve the situation. It requires a more civilized approach. Indeed, we must settle this in a matter befitting naturalists. The Leatherworkers Guild is certain to have dealt with similar opposition to the past. Number 72, go and speak with Kiva, and see what advice she has to offer on the matter. Hey, Kiva, I'm actually, in touch with the elementals, and this idiot came by and said that the elementals didn't like our display. What do you have to say? The man of the hour. I think no one's stopping by to have a look at that mount outside. I knew it was only a matter of time before you came. What can I do for you? Yeah, this conjurer fellow came and said that I needed to take it down. Did they now? You know, there was a time when leather goods were criticized for being extravagant and wasteful. It took a great deal of effort on the part of the leather workers here, but eventually opinions changed. They had to prove what they made was worth the cost of the lives sacrificed in the process. Unless you can do the same with your mounts, you won't be convincing the hearers of anything. Actually, that gives me an idea. I'll need to prepare a few things first, though. In the meantime, I'd have you attend to something else. We're going to need a damoskin jacket. I can think of none better than you to make it. Besides, it's been too long since I've seen your work. Randall will have everything you need at the front desk. When you've finished, I should have everything ready for the next step in my plan. Hey there, Randall. Good to see you. I trust you've been keeping busy. Goodness knows we've had all these commissions we've received of late. But enough of my ramblings. As Guildmaster Giva tells you, you have much work to do. Here's the damoskin leather you requested. If you have any need of more, pray do not hesitate to ask. dashing you will go, a dashing you will go. I hold the chariot, a dashing you will go. All right. That's enough there. How's the jacket coming along? I hope my faith in you after all this time has been misplaced. You've impressed me, Peter. I was worried you might have forgotten what you learned here, but it's clear you've done quite the opposite. Well done. No. Excuse me, is Peter here? Miss Antoinette would like to speak with him.
He says it's quite urgent.
Right on time. Come here for a moment. I need you to try on this jacket.
A jacket? What about Miss Antoinette? And who are you anyway?
Very nice. There we are. How's the fit?
It's actually quite nice. I usually hate leather clothes because they're so stiff when new, but this is quite soft. It's fairly light and warm, too. Imagine whoever uses this will be grateful to have it.
It's time to move on to the next part of our plan, a leather workers' expedition with that jacket on display.
There's no time for an exhibition. We're busy enough as it is fighting to keep our double mount.
That's precisely why you'd be giving them to display together, putting them on display together. The mere mention of the exhibition will be enough to drive a sizable crowd. This will afford Edgeline an opportunity to teach people about the endangered domals of Alvandia. I've already reserved a Mikedo's amphitheater. All we need to do now is... All we need now are the mounts she would have on display.
That's a great idea. I'll go and inform her right away.
Miss? Doesn't the slightest idea who I am, does he? I suppose it can't be helped for now. Well, be sure to give Antonia my regards. The problem with me being over here is my computer goes to sleep. It's okay. Sure. Oh, number 72. If only you'd come sooner. I left only for a moment, but in my absence, Marmaduke and his gaggle of goons made off with our mount. Came to your talks with Giva. I should hope some good may have come from all of our efforts. Yeah, well, I made a jacket. Construction under the guise of a leatherworker's exhibition. Yes, that just might work. Giva's ever been one for an eye opportunity. First, we must deal with Marmaduke and his attempts to deny the good people of Gridania the opportunity to enlighten themselves. Before our work was stolen, I took it upon myself to speak with an associate of mine, another hero of the Conjurer's Guild, and I broached the subject of our mount with the elemental's apparent dissatisfaction with using animal skins in a fashion. He was completely and utterly bewildered, right? In truth, neither the heroes of the Conjurer's Guild nor the Seers have expressed any opposition to our work. Marmaduke merely uses the elementals as an excuse to impose his ideals upon others. Well, he's not the only one with influence here in Gridania. One way or another, we shall have a mount for our exhibition. for a culinarian. The way to a father's heart. We're closing in on being able to actually do something. Keep seeing creatures about, which is giving me hope that we will be able to draft some forest creatures into our arsenal with Shadowbringers, and if so, that would be amazing. You'll recall Unzen's words about how Far Eastern cuisine developed without outside influence. From the moment he uttered them, they've been tugging at my mind. I've given the claim much thought, and find myself disinclined to agree. The basis for this is the very first Far Eastern dish I've ever had, which Anzu made for me. Sukiyaki, it's called. A hearty dish of meat and vegetables simmered in a shallow pot. The moment I tasted it, I was overcome with a sense of nostalgia. Like many Alamegans, I'm a war orphan. I left my homeland when I was little and remember nothing of my time there. Nothing at all, save for the taste of a certain hearty stew. And Anzu Sukiyaki was exactly like it. The similarity cannot be a mere coincidence. Nay, there has to be a connection between Far Eastern and Alamegan cuisine. If I can just prove it, Anzu's father might be moved to reconsider our union. There is no guarantee, of course, but for my Anzu, it's worth a try. Now, as you can see, I'm an adventurer again, free to go wherever I want, whenever I want. And I intend to go to a village in the peaks called Alighieri. In former times, it thrived as a trading hub with the East. There, I'm going to track down the stew in my memory and try to learn whether Alamigo might share a culinary history with the Far East. You've already journeyed to the other side of the world for me, and I can't rightly ask any more of you, but if you're still willing to help me, please, come to Alighieri. Sure, let's go. You came, thank the gods. I thought the fiends in the area were fierce, but the people here might be even fiercer. But I'm ready to face them now that you're here. I can't thank you enough. Let's split up and ask the villagers about the stew. We'll meet again here when we're done. All right. Hey there, hardened Highlander. Stew? Does it look like they know anything about Swyvin stews? I just eat whatever the hell's put in front of me. Well, you never know. I don't care much for stews, sorry. If you ask me, the only way to cook meat is to roast it to a crisp. Meat and vegetables simmered in a shallow pot. What you describe sounds like a buckler stew, a traditional Alamegan dish. It was born when soldiers in the field took to using their bucklers in place of pots, cooking meat in them with wine and various seasonings. It was popular in the past, but under Imperial rule, it became a rare indulgence. Hey there, Ralph. I loved you in the Muppets. I had no luck, Peter. No one I spoke with knew anything about my stew. Yeah, buckler stew. That's what we need. Buckler stew. Oh, yes, that was its name. Oh, damn. Even your investigative skills are first rate. I'm happy to say, though, that my own inquiries weren't completely fruitless either. I managed to track down a fellow who's versed in history. Let's go and ask him what he knows about the trade between Alamigo and Doma. I do know a few things about our nation's history owing to my time working in the royal palace. What is it you wish to know? This, that, and the other. It's true, Alamigo traded with nations to the east prior to imperial rule. As far as I'm aware, this extended only as far as the Near East to Rezidhan. So there's no contact between us and Doma. None at all. No, even if it isn't direct, there has to be some sort of connection. For example, Rezidhan could be a waypoint for the dish. If I want to verify this, I'm going to have to go all the way over there. Perhaps you needn't go so far. There's a Hunnish fellow among us who came to Erza years ago. You could try asking him first. Saw him heading outside the village a short while ago. Elderly as he is, he can't have gone very far. Well, thank you, Piotr. Let's go find him. Look for this man. Nope. We're not fighting anyone right now. Thank you. No sign of him. Help, somebody. Oh, shite, he's in trouble. Still got it. A little I had, at any rate. Would have been a stroll through the woods for you, but I can't let you do all the work. You've done more than your fair share already. Besides, I wanted to show that I'm not completely hopeless. Of course. I owe you my life. So focused on my harvesting, I didn't notice the Kikirin coming. You look a mite pale, lad. Are you hurt? Just my bones. And organs. I'm already on the mend, I assure you. More importantly, I take it you're the gentleman who came from Rezidhan. I'm sorry if this seems sudden, but while you were still there, did you ever hear about a dish called buckler stew? Hear about it? I love this stuff. Ever since traders brought it over from Alamigo. It's been an enduring favorite in my homeland. As a matter of fact, it's the reason I came to be here, although I won't bore you with the details. So it was introduced at Rezidhan after all. Tell me, do you know if buckler stew also made its way to Doma? That it did. It's a tale all knew well. A Doman merchant journeyed to Rezidhan to buy spices, you see, and chanced to sample the stew. It was love at first taste. So enamored was he of it, he decided to open a restaurant back home and started buying all the shallow pots he could find. These pots proved too heavy to take back, and he left them all at the pier. Said that he'd make do with spades. Spades, you say? The name Sukiyaki is translated as spade grill. It's said to come from the fact that you grill the meat in a spade. I knew there was a connection. Sukiyaki, that's what they call it. Well, whatever it's known, all this talk has given me a fierce hunger for it. He's not for it, but to make some right now. You're going to make buckler stew? Would you mind teaching me the recipe? And tell me more about its spread to the Far East. Oh, I'll indulge this old man with your company. Well, if you insist, who am I to argue? Come along, then. I'll tell you whatever you want to know. As the sun is going down. I'll take it from here, Peter. Leave the learning to me. I'll join you back at Revenant's Toll when I'm done. Thanks again for all your help. Of course. Peter, perfect timing. I just returned myself with a recipe for buckler stew freshly etched into my noggin. I begged Miss Rowena for the use of an old kitchen. Surprisingly, she allowed it. 12 bless her. With that, I can set about making the buckler stew in order to win Anzu's father over. Here, I have one last favor to ask, my friend. I need you to prepare a serving of doman sukiyaki. It's a relatively simple affair. Take meat and vegetables and simmer them in a broth of dashi and Far Eastern condiments. Though I need to remind you that Far Eastern cuisine can be deceptive in its simplicity. Anyway, here are all the ingredients you need, and Puppin has more set aside should you need it. My future with Anzu and his culinarians both ride on your success. Please, make me the best doman sukiyaki you can. Some pristine doman sukiyaki for you. Making the buckler stew is strangely comforting. The sight, the smell, even the sound, they take me back to bygone days. But to get back to the present day, how's the doman sukiyaki coming along? Oh, it's pristine. Well, a mere waft is enough to tell me the sukiyaki is in its class of its own, and my buckler stew is about as ready as it'll ever be. Come, let us serve them to Anzu and her father on the terrace. Is this a joke? In our culture, sukiyaki is served only between family and dear friends. You are neither. If you think this will win my favor, you're sadly mistaken. Now, please allow me to explain. Peter made the sukiyaki, while I made a different type of stew. Different, I say, however. What is this? It resembles sukiyaki. It appears not to be Far Eastern. That's because it is traditional Alamegan stew. If it please you, please sample and compare it with the sukiyaki. An Alamegan stew, you say? I know not what you're playing at, but the aroma is undeniably appetizing. Oh, very well. By the Kami. Not only do they look alike, they also taste alike, but the ingredients, they're different, are they not? You're right, Father. There may be subtle differences, but no matter how you look at it, this stew is sukiyaki. What is the meaning of this? Did sukiyaki somehow find its way to Alamigo somehow? No, Bunsen-san. It is the opposite. This is an Alamegan dish, buckler stew, that found its way to the Far East and eventually became sukiyaki. Though Alamigo and Doma have no common history, they do have a common trading partner in the Near East. Originating in my homeland, buckler stew first crossed the seas to Razatan. From there, it crossed the seas once more to Doma, where it was recreated using local ingredients to become sukiyaki. Must be noted this took place at a relatively recent period in Doma's long history. Up to that point, meat was predominantly grilled to harness its natural flavor, or minced and used in dumplings. While stews aren't uncommon, they were reserved mainly for seafood. But with Sukiyaki's arrival, new possibilities blossomed for meat dishes. Father, you told me that Far Eastern cuisine owes its greatness to the fact that it was developed free from outside influence, but it owes its greatness no less to what was adopted from other cultures. Oh, why are you still standing there? Sit down and pour us. The food gets cold. Yeah, unfortunately, with my fasting in the morning, this is not a good thing to be doing. This will be the last thing to do with the culinarian for a while, though. I don't know how I'll ever repay you, Peter. Thanks to you, I've managed to do the impossible and win over Unzen. He finally approves of me and Anzu, and we plan to be bonded at the earliest opportunity. I'm going to resume my post at the cafe, serving Far Eastern dishes, of course, and hang up my adventurer's hat for good. I suppose you'll continue both adventuring and cooking, and I don't doubt you'll keep succeeding at both. But no matter how high you climb or how far you roam, know that you're always welcome here. Yes.
Aww, the way to a father's heart is
Mm-hmm. Add some craftsmanship. And some control. And finally some CP. Oh, not that one though. Nope, not that one either. Uh-oh. I see a problem with my plan. Who doesn't have much CP? Ugh. Retrieve this. We'll add craftsmanship here. All right. I believe Weaver is already good. It is time to do Sage. We've not done much with Sage. I think Peter would not have really been keen to do Sage back whenever I first got it, but I think we've expanded enough that we can try it out. It fits the character now. It makes sense. We're trying to learn all we can about the different forms of healing. Well, Gingel. So this is Edelshire. The tales do not do this place justice. Truly impressive that the goblins and their fellow scavengers have managed to build upon the ruins of our colony. To the task at hand. As I mentioned before, we have reason to believe that the fugitives have recently passed through this town and may even still be here. For the sake of efficiency, I suggest we split up and search. I will see to the town south if you'll tend to the north. so little stuff is set up for this because I haven't really done anything with it. Help. Somebody, please. I need help. Did you hear that? That man is in trouble. When I am talking to you. Stop this at once. The sage's barrier. Loifa. Too many ears and eyes. We best leave. I don't know who you are, and I do not care. Do not get on our way again. You have been warned. Wait. Thank you. Had you not intervened when you did, I dread to think what might have become of me. Permit me to introduce myself. Faldin Rent of Sheralayan at your service. Truly? I'm Sheralayan, too. A recent graduate of the stadium, in fact. Would you mind telling us what happened? Oh, that an alumni should come to my rescue. Thiliac watches over his own. As to what happened, what is there to say? I am going about my business when they set upon me, without warning or provocation. I see. What is your business, if you do not mind my asking? Healing. The provision of it, that is. I'm a sage, you see, and I travel the realm, providing treatment gratis to those who cannot afford it. A sage besides? Speaking of which, one of your assailants, the Vieira man, also wielded sage magic. Was he known to you? No, I've never so much as laid eyes upon him before. I do have an inkling, however, as to why the villains have come here. If they use the sage's art for ill, their destination is like to be St. Mokian's Arboretum. The Arboretum? Oh, what could they possibly seek in that abandoned place? Following the Exodus, the cultivation of certain plants became forbidden in Sheralayan, but that which can no longer be found in the motherland still grows freely there, among which are the potent but dangerous herbs. I see. That does stand to reason. I dare say it was for your knowledge that the fugitives attacked you. You too are a sage, yet you do not appear to be Sheralayan. How did you come by your soul crystal? All the good people of Physics Territon had entrusted the crystal to me, and when it exhibited a strong resonance with Pieter's presence, I in turn entrusted it to him. Then you were chosen to inherit. Is that amiss, Mr. Felderit? No, it is nothing. I was struck by the remarkable providence to have crossed paths with sages so far from home. Ours is a reclusive nation, after all, a policy to observe, not entertain. This did not sit well with me, so I left Charlemagne behind, as the great master Louisoix once did. And though I would never dare equate myself to him, I too believe it is my duty to alleviate the suffering in the world. So that is what brought you to Aelzia. You are a noble sir, Master Felderred, and I commend your resolve. Indeed. Well, I must return to the road. I thank you again for coming to my aid. Till next we meet, let us both endeavor to seek out new knowledge and possibilities for the betterment of mankind. Let us head to St. Melchian's Arboretum at once. Given what we know about the fugitives, I consider that they might be after knowledge sealed in the great Gubal library, but Master Falderent presents a compelling theory. For an all but proven theory of my own, our quarry have clearly enhanced themselves with sage magic. You all right, honey? I suspected as much, given what they stole, but the leader's actions earlier give little room for doubt. Not that it gives us any greater insight into who they are or their ultimate goal. Regardless, to use the sage's soul crystal for ill is unforgivable, and I'll not rest until these criminals have been brought to justice. Right, to the Arboretum. Our mission aside, I dare say it'll be an ideal place for your training. And more Viera. I don't see them very often. Certainly not around here. Wonder if they had the same problem I did. The homeland being destroyed in the calamity. What's up, Layla Jindal? By the scholar, so this is St. Melchian's Arboretum. From the illustrations, I did not think it to be so immense. It may interest you to know that this place holds special meaning to sages. From ancient strains to crossbreed creations, myriad medicinal plants have been cultivated within its halls. Alas, in the wake of the Exodus 15 years ago, this once magnificent institution has fallen into ruin. Still, there is a certain charm to seeing nature reassert her domination. Why, it must be a veritable menagerie of rare wildlife within. I should like to spend a day studying them, field guide in hand. Oh, excuse me. This isn't a field trip, but a mission. Our objective is to find the fugitives, and failing that, clues will lead us to them. Please see to your preparations. A spot of practice with your spells would not go astray, and then we can venture in. If you are ready, then let us venture forth. The rest of the battle will be saved at certain points. In the event you are defeated, you'll be able to try again from the most recent of these. Please note, if you enter battles associated with other quests or log out of the game, your progress will be lost. Now let's give it a go. Foster is correct. The fugitives have come and may still be here. Keep your eyes peeled and your guard up. These halls are home to dangerous creatures. I will draw their attention. You may focus on applying their techniques. So shall we practice some psychomagical fundamentals? To begin with, cast Cardia on me. The spell will establish a magical link between us. Yes, Guardia. Residual ether of your attacks will be channeled into me, healing my wounds as they damage to your foes. Yes, just so. Let us continue on. So we'll feed ahead. I believe this calls for a barrier. This time augment your spells using Eucrasia, then cast Eucrasia Diagnosis on me. This will bestow a barrier on me that provides both protection and healing. Excellent. Now we can proceed with confidence. Nothing of note here. Let us head deeper into the Arboretum. He's ahead. Please watch my back. Did he fail to? Good, let us venture forth.
I don't quite know what I'm doing. Might get old.
Eyes peeled to your guard up. proceed with confidence. I made a note here. Let's head deeper into the upper region. We're going to keep doing this till we get it right. Basically, she's fighting them. I'm just supposed to heal. Better see how about you monoliths. Women will not think you a novice. So she says. Where might this be? The manner of plant seems to have been harvested here. I can't identify it by the remaining parts, however. There are other clues nearby. We should investigate further. Someone knelt here, perhaps to draw water. Flares of tiny bubbles break the water's surface at regular intervals. Some manner of creature hiding under the lily pad, perhaps. What was the same plant taken? What could it possibly be? Fire scorch marks on the evidence of leakage, reminiscent of those left by sage magics. Next to the bottom of the pool is an animal carcass overgrown with pant life, because it fell while foraging for food. Prince of Ice, someone recently fought here, a proficient wielder of magic. Creatures may be close. Be on your guard. Fugitives, in the name of the Form, I demand you surrender yourselves at once. Of all weapons to bear against us. No matter. I warned you once, and I will not warn you again. Wait, Loifa and his accomplices. I've got this. Stand back. We'll go poorly for you if you resist. Let's finish them quickly. Please tell me I don't have to start all the way from the beginning. Okay, presume from midway. Thank you. I think I did pretty decently well. Man, there is so much going on. I have to be watching at all times. I could turn down the difficulty, but I mean, I want to get to where I'm actually good at this. only it wouldn't change target so much. Could you turn my computer on really quick? Thank you. Very polite of him to wait while I was ready. All right. I need to get the attacks bunched together and the heals bunched together because that's where I'm having problems. Because the automatic sorting sucks bad. Alright, let's try it this way for a minute. See if we're going to be faster this way. Yeah, we did much better that time. Ansel, it's enough. You mustn't lose your temper. Sage.
See about that.
Are you freaking kidding me? Mm-hmm.
So, we are now reducing the difficulty. Because I've kind of had it with this opening, where I can't do anything.
Your tempo. Be hasty.
No. But anyway, I'm further on. Duty complete.
Yay!
All I did is turn down the difficulty. Yep.
Awesome. Congrats.
It's okay, kitty. She only hit me a little bit. Hopefully we don't have time for this. No kidding. That's why I turned down the difficulty, because I really didn't have time for this. You held your own against the enhanced. But that is enough sport for now. The mission takes precedence. I found it again, not again. What is this? The pouch they dropped contained a plant, or what they came for, I shouldn't doubt. 'Tis some manner of herb, but none I've seen in the course of my studies. And as I made my way out, I also stumbled upon what appears to be a diary by the entrance. Though much of its contents are magically obfuscated, I can make out some anatomical terms, so that we may assume it belonged to a sage. As we continue our pursuit, I will work on lifting the enchantment. When you have a moment, please feel free to peruse the contents in Edelshire. On that note, let us head back to the settlement. All right. Ugh. That was freaking brutal. Red Hitman Heart. Hey, how you doing, Lotta Kid? Welcome, welcome. Enjoying Final Fantasy XIV. Except for the parts I'm not. Accidental power gaming. I've dispatched the plant to Charlene for identification. While we learn what it is, I believe we will gain insight on the villain's objective. Now, tell me, Pieter, have you been practicing with the Neoliths while I wasn't looking? I ask because, even with the crystal's knowledge, you demonstrated remarkable proficiency. No, I turned down the difficulty. That was all I had to do. Regardless, tis plain you have a gift for the art. The sages whose memories reside within the crystal must be beaming with pride. Though sometimes I cannot help but wonder, if the sage's art was created for the betterment of mankind, why then does it incorporate techniques which inflict harm? And the fugitives, what could have compelled them to spurn our homeland's prescribed policy, as Master Louis Juan Fallaudet have? Oh, but I am used to no avail. Game's freezing? Cool. Says it's working. Looks like it's working on my end. It'll be a while before we hear back regarding the plant. Till we do, please take the opportunity to continue honing your skills. As you go about your training, remember to heed the voices within your soul crystal. Do so in your predecessors. Will surely grant you the wisdom to protect those who you hold dear. Diary is now available for perusal. More entries will become legible as you progress through the story. All right. Ugh. It's kicking my butt so hard. Okay. Man. What were the other abilities that I lost in the course of all that? A repose, which really isn't worth anything. Asuna, which is worth about as much. Lucid dreaming, which is actually kind of useful. Alright, the rest are good. Alright, I'm gonna quickly... Let's see. Check all of this here. Sigmascape, Dune Skaith, Arboretum, and the Great Hunt. Alright, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Look at what I have available. Check what I have available and see if I can start doing some of these missions here. Alright. So, Sigma Escape. Do 1.0. What are my other options here? Done Skaith. Same Wolkian's Arboretum Hard. Rathalos and the Great Hunt. Okay. St. Malkin's Arboretum hard. Sigmascape. What is Sunscape?
Done.
Dunscape. It's Dunscape. I just mistyped it then. There it is. So I got those three, and then Rathalos and the Great Hunt. Yep, the Great Hunt. So, okay, so I have those four. One of your party members does not meet requirements for the duty. Do you have Sigmascape, Dunscape, Malkian's Arboretum Hard, and the Great Hunt? The one I think you don't have is Sigmascape.
Yeah, I don't have it. Okay, so that worked. I'll try to figure out where you are. Oh, you're not in Foundation.
No, not right now.
I'm not gonna move because
Mm-hmm. All right, I'm gonna see how well I do this with Sage. I am not very good at Sage. The starter level, which is like starter is like level 70, I think.
okay. Awesome.
Yep, starter level 70. Yes, it is.
Yes. Yes, please. Let me keep talking.
Small poll. He's just making sure we're all on the same page before he goes. Kilatapa. Yep. It's the same song as the original, it's just it sounds off. A little bit, yeah. Uh-oh. Stop dying.
all your fault. Not the fact that you have a totally new healer. I can't help but feel like there's something I'm freaking missing. Something really important.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Got it. Huh?
Did you hit the side?
I just tumbled.
Oh, okay. I jumped and was able to stay upright.
If we could not pull everything in here, that'd be awesome.
Oh my goodness.
Mitts. Oofensy. It's kind of one of those things where, am I ready? No, but I won't be any more ready later. Okay, so the trick is you want to get to the edge, so whenever it pushes you in a direction where it's okay. It's not gonna hurt you. Trying. Look away, look away, look away. It's Dixieland! Yeah. Got him. Woohoo! Not what I told you to do, but okay. I cast the tank healer on myself. Yeah, it's okay. Just that's all. It's a really good tank healing spell too. Every time he takes a hit, it heals the whole party. Yeah, it's good shit. Oh, shit.
You ran away and then jumped right back in.
Yep. It's like, well, that's the wrong button.
I've done that before. I mean, jumping away from battle.
Damn, I could really use the heal the tank button right about now. Unfortunately, I've used it up. There. Yeah. It's a really freaking effective spell. When I cast it on the right person. It's an immaculate appa. Yep. No, it says they're muddy still. And here is our last. Here's our last thing. The slime monster. Yes. I know you're thinking family, but it actually matches the situation. The other thing I was trying to make sure I was sitting in was hurting me. Well, yes, I do want to stand on top of a platform. No, I don't want to stand on top of a platform that has poison on it.
That's what happened.
Yeah. Feels so much better. He does wiggle his little man boobs, doesn't he? He's like, oh, look at me! Vroom.
and get my zoomies. When I say G,
Go to green.
the poison circle? Yes, but he says go to green circle. Green circle is poison. G go in, O go out. Since this is done, we need to get to it. We'll see. Maybe. I will. Yeah, it's a good plan. Green circle, which are the platforms. That's what he means.
something really weird happened right before I died. Might as well do a limit break. I mean, I'm losing.
It's close to having fun as you can have.
Well, just losing horrifically. It was acting like I was controlling the bad guy. Well, I died, so I didn't really get a chance to do much. Yeah. Yeah, we had a good time. Yes, I get that much. Uh-huh. Need some food? Man, you and me both, Corythius. I am stuck in this battle, though. This is going to be the last battle of the day. Now we're just dealing with the fact that I don't know how to play frickin' Sage. Hide. Uh-huh. Nah, we'll see. Uh-huh. But it helps.
Off the platforms.
It's dangerous to go alone. Take that. Only one of you guys had this one limit break. I would do one, but my limit break sucks as a healer. To do it all. Good game. That was stressful. What is? Nah, I don't need it. That's for Black Rangers. Alright. I got a commendation. That was a very, very generous commendation. Fresh air at last. I tell you, it's clammier than a goblin's ass crack in there. I got out a few moments ago, but I won't be going back anytime soon. I saw that you'd cleared a path for Midnight Dew and Igith, though. Hopefully they'll be on their way back by about now. They called her Mountain Dew again.
Glad you got that.
No. Oof. It's tough. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Peter, I was very impressed by the way you tackled all of that bothersome foliage, and thanks to you, we now know the truth of that gloopy substance. You see, the research materials we found mention a concoction of rapidly turning plant matter into compost. It seems the mud was used to cultivate the ingredients for the formula, according to the Charlene reports. Well, I'll spare you the details of this botanical jargon. Let's just say the mud makes seedkin, in a word, angry. Growth formula for a plant is all well and good, unless they're the sort that's liable to bite your bloody head off.
Yes, I'm surprised the Charlanes didn't keep it in a safer place. In any case, we can use their findings to breathe new life into the soil of Dravania. As for the seedkin, a little water washes the mud right off. Allow me to demonstrate. Mm-hmm.
Oh man!
Shame you can't watch the stupid expression of his face as well. How about a bit of pruning instead?
I'm with Peter on this one. Covered in macro rot. Bleeding nuisance either way.
Now, leave the poor thing alone. I'm sure it'll behave itself. And more importantly, knows that we found a way to improve our dwindling harvests. And we couldn't have done it without you, Peter. I'll make sure that when the locals start tucking into these lovely crops, they'll know who to thank.
Excellent. We got my monies.
Uh-huh. Okay. Hey, Chocobar looks kind of interesting right now. Of course it is. All right. Well, let's see here. All right. I need food. So I think I'm going to stop a little bit early. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and stop for today because I'm famished right now. And let's see. Doesn't really appear to be anything else for me to do. So, yep, I'm gonna go ahead and stop here today, and we will pick this up next Sunday. So we got a week. All right. Yeah, you go, entrance. All right. Well, have a good one. So thanks for watching. Have a wonderful day.